Hi, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. And this is your trainer, Sudhanshu Das. I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, we'll wait for another 4 minutes, then I'll start to have discussion.
Hello.
Yes. Was-
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought maybe there's some problem in my audio. Thanks.
No, no, we're just waiting another 2 minutes, then we'll start the session.
Okay, sure.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session. This is Sudhanshu Das. your trainer for this ISO 42001. And about me, I'm basically a technology and environmental lawyer. So I worked on the space like your data privacy, cyber security, cyber crime, and artificial intelligence. I train people on the corporate and also in school and colleges awareness campaign I run. And I have done few of the certification. And current area of interest is newly I started to learn and uh, put my time and effort on the EAC, so which is going to be a larger picture of reporting of these cyber crimes, your data privacy, artificial intelligence things. Okay, I worked for 18 years in different companies in Bangalore, and currently I'm at hometown. And because I was pursuing my masters in IIM Indo, so uh, I'm in alumni of IIM Indo. That's all about myself, and I would like to know about everybody a little bit. So, how you are engaged with the AI, your introduction, and how you are engaged with AI, whether you are an implementer, user, or governance person, how you're going to, I mean, what knowledge you have, so that accordingly we can plan it properly. Because I just wanted to tell at the beginning, in every session we have three different set of people. One set who is fresh to the field, another set of people they don't know or they know. That means little bit or moreover they are entering into this AI field or any of the topic, right? And third set of people they know things and they want to have their certification so that they can get a better opportunity in the market, okay, in the job roles. So that's why please let me know. And also let's set the expectation. How do you want to uh, go for the this the course proceeding and what you're expecting, so that I'll plan it and give you the what do you say we'll have a discussion on that, right? Accordingly. So I'll call upon alphabetically, so one after another. So let's introduce yourself and then how you related to AI. First is Aisha.
Yes. Hi, Sudhanshu. Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh,
Good,
Good afternoon.
no problem. Are you from
Uh,
India?
um, yeah, yeah. I am from India. I'm
Hmm.
currently traveling. I'm
Okay,
moving to the US.
okay, fine. Yes. So good evening now in India. So you're probably at the morning time.
Yeah.
Okay. Please introduce yourself and let me know what your expectation.
Yes, as you know, my name is Aisha, and I have around 2 years of experience in GRC and technology risk domain. And I have been working on frameworks like ISO 27001 and implementation of tools like IBM Open Pages. And the reason I want to learn AIMS is to strengthen my risk and compliance management skills and gain hands-on experience to enhance my career in GRC.
Okay, fine. And you have you worked on AI anytime, or it just
Not
you're
yet.
looking for opportunity?
Yes, I am looking for opportunities.
Okay, fine.
Not specifically in AI. I've mostly worked in ISO 27001, 22301
Mm-hmm,
implementation.
mm-hmm. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yes.
Next is Divya.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good evening. So, sir, I'm into IT service management for over 20 years now, and I have just recently cleared CISA certification. So, I manage multiple accounts in UK as a service manager, and primarily I'm here to learn more about, AI, because AI is future, and our organization is also putting a lot of emphasis on AI. And my exposure to AI is limited to daily things like Copilot and Chat GPT and all. So I don't have any experience as such directly into auditing or implementing any of the frameworks. So organizations like PwC, KPMG do come for auditing us, but I don't have any experience as an auditor. So I'm on the other side of the table most of the times. But I strongly, my willingness is to transition to a GRC role. And I joined your webinar a few weeks back and I found it really interesting. So that's the reason I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Any specific expectation? How do you want to go? That's why.
Sir, I actually need some guidance. I'm not sure if that would be part of this course, but I would want to understand how to transition from service management or service assurance kind of role to, like, governance, risk and compliance
Mhm,
field, or this auditing role. I have just done my CISA CISA certification. That was a very nice course. I found it very
mhm.
interesting, and I
Okay,
just want to build my skills onto it now.
okay,
So,
okay.
I mean, I would appreciate if I get some kind of roadmap or guidance from your
Mhm,
side. So that's the
okay,
reason I'm here. Yeah.
fine, fine. Gradually we'll do. Thank you, Divya. Next is Mariappan or Ganesh. What
Yeah.
is?
Yes, yes. Good evening.
Good
Uh,
evening.
so I'm from Chennai. So basically, I have a total 15-year experience. I'm completely from that IT infra, so not from the audit. But I'm working in the Indian NBFC, one of the Indian NBFC. So you know that NBFC have a strict regulation and complaints. So as of I'm working as a project manager. Now I'm handling the networking and cloud part. So very frequently we are facing the auditors every month we facing the internal auditor and the external auditor. And normally as a project manager, I need to coordinate with the dev team. We have our in-house dev team. So
Mhm,
recently the dev team started to create codes using the Copilot, and we have some apps in the scrutiny kind of apps in cloud-based vendors. Okay, so just want to gain a knowledge with governance and this thing AI.
mhm. Any specific, I mean, experience on
No, no,
AI do you have, or no,
no, no.
first time?
I'm normally interacting with the people, dev team and
Mhm.
external vendors
Okay,
who
okay,
provide that service. That time there is not much information about how the data is uh, safe or kind of thing in a cloud. So
okay,
that's why.
okay, okay, okay. Got it.
And
Understood.
the problem is main problem is that the auditor language is something different. That IT people language is something different. We don't
Okay,
understand actually. So that's a main.
okay, okay. No problem. Understood. Thank you. Thanks for you. And any expectation so that we'll find out a way.
No, no, we want to understand how that real scenario.
Okay.
Yes, every organization recently getting to the AI. So we just want to personally, I want to understand what is the real scenario in that real world. Okay,
Mhm.
in that
Okay,
against that AI on audit.
okay. Great. Thank you. Next is Nikita.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hi, Sudhanshu sir.
Hi.
So, I am a chartered accountant with 8+ years of experience into governance, risk, and compliance profile. So,
Mm,
I am currently managing the end-to-end, control, risk assessment, and control implementation, control testing environment in my current organization. So,
mhm,
and in my organization also currently we are exploring the AI tools which can be, leveraged for these activities like risk assessment and for control testing, how we can make better use of these tools.
mhm,
So that is why I'm here in this course to understand how can because we all know that AI is the next thing. So
mhm.
I also want to equip myself with the better use of it, and how can I basically how can I adapt myself to this basically.
Okay. So you're also into the GRC, right?
Yes, yes, totally into
Uh,
GRC.
and and gradually you want to move into the, into the implementation of the AI. And how do you? I mean,
Implementation, and
you.
also how AI would monitor. Basically, currently we're totally into most of the organizations are totally into manual, activities like doing the risk assessment or the data analysis and the controlled review also. So I
Mhm.
want to understand how can we make better use of AI for these, better use of AI tools for these activities,
Mhm.
and how it
Okay.
is going to, change our, life or our profiles in
Okay.
the
Okay.
future.
So you're doing the technical analysis or it's a functional analysis of GRC?
Functional, because I'm more into the
Okay.
functional part of it.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Rahul. Mr. Rahul Sharma.
Hi, good evening, Sudhanshu sir.
Hi. Hi.
So, hello everyone. I'm Rahul Sharma. I'm in the cyber defense field from almost 19 years now. I mostly work on the SOC background and the deployment of technology security. Okay. Uh, from the AI perspective, I just want to understand more the data governance and the data privacy perspective. People are using AI tools, right, and they are putting lot of queries of their organization. Okay, so I just want to understand from the risk perspective, like how this data, which the AI tool, their learning modules are learning, what are the controls are there, okay, from the current ISO 2001, okay, and how these
Mm.
controls are helping the organization from the governance perspective.
Okay. Okay. And do you have any prior experience on AI?
Uh, no, so like
Anything?
I'm right now in the product based company, so we
Mm.
also giving some AI based chatbot kind of things to automate the customer
Mm-hmm.
some
Okay.
process and stuff, like from a defense perspective, like suppose some analyst person, they do some
Mm.
incident triaging, right? So
Mm-hmm.
from the AI automation perspective, we are automate many of those tasks.
Okay. 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 Got it. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Ranjit.
Yeah, hi. This is Rajit here. Good evening, everyone. Um, I've got around 20 years in the IT industry, primarily as a QA person. And recently, three and a half years back, I started my migration career switch towards GRC. Got a Lead Auditor certification in 27001, 22301, and 9001. Also, I've cleared the CISM exam, working towards the experience aspects of it. Um, I'm also right now an external auditor with the one of the certification bodies. So I wanted to expand the standards experience exposure that I have. So that's
Mm-hmm.
one of the reasons I've
Okay.
taken up
Okay.
42,001.
Okay. Great. Great. Thank you. Next is Rajiv. Mr. Rajiv. Yeah. No. Unable to listen anything. Hello. Hel- Rajiv. Okay. I'll come back to you again. So, Mr. Rohit.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rohit. Recently, I've been placed into IT audit. It's been 6 months. I enrolled for this course because I wanted to build some foundation for AI. So I thought it is a good course to start with.
Mhm. So you're basically a fresher
Kind of, yes.
or you're experienced person. How many years of experience you hold?
Our total is around 6 years, but into
Okay.
ITGC, it's been 6 months.
Okay. 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 Fine. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Rohit, you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, please go ahead.
Uh, Hi, Sudhanshu.
Hi.
So I have over 13 years of experience into GRC domain. I
Mhm,
have worked across all the three lines of defense
mhm,
and currently working with Genpact ERC Consulting.
mhm,
And so primary reason for me taking up this course is basically one the skills, and another one is basically I have some engagements coming up where we want to like client want us to support them on their managing their AI governance, the AIMS basically. So
mhm.
that's why we want to take this course. And my exposure to AI is limited to using the available modules in daily life. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Rohit is done. Huh? Rajiv is done. Rohit Mishra is done, right? So now we'll with the Rohit Sharma. Mr. Rohit Sharma.
I'm also done. I've spoken before Rohit
Okay.
Mishra.
Rohit Mishra.
Before Rohit Mishra, I have spoken.
I lost it to whom I spoke. To
So
Rohit
last
Sharma.
year spoke to Rohit Mishra, and before
Okay.
me, Rohit explained. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was just. Mhm. The next is Subhaprit.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi Sudhanshu. My name is Shukpreet Kaur, and I'm having a work ex of 3 plus year in the field of IT audit, risk assessment, cybersecurity assessment, and control testing. My main purpose of joining this course and learning about AI was like there are various applications now that are coming for auditing, so which uses AI technology. So to
Mhm,
audit them, there should be a prior experience that how does it work in and out. So
mhm.
that's why this was the reason of joining the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next is Sonal.
Hi. Yes.
Right?
Good morning. Um,
Mhm,
Actually, I have a eight plus years experience working in finance industry into the Canada.
mhm,
I was involved into the compliance and operational audit and risk management. I
mhm,
have completed my CISA certification. I have a ISO 27001 lead auditing certification as well.
mhm,
My right now my organization is adopting about AI model,
mhm,
and my small organization is merging into the bigger organization as well.
mhm,
So having this certification will be a great opportunity for me to present my knowledge and enter into the AI um, audit role.
mhm.
So that is my main motive to join this particular certification.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. Surajit.
Hi, Sudhanshu. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, evening, as you are located. Yeah, this is Shorajit, and I carry an overall of 10 years of experience. Yeah, majorly I have been working with the Big Fours. Currently, I'm a manager with GT Indus, and I work for the SOC team. We do the SOC work here.
Mhm,
Uh, yeah, I am CISA certified, and I'm PMP certified as well. Yeah, the main reason for going through or choosing out this ISO 42001 is like there's a huge rush now, 2022 when this thing of AI came in, we all were sort of trying to figure out what when and we know that like double AI was already launched by ISAC. So but I think so the basics were or the fundamentals are something which the ISO framework sort of gives us.
mhm,
So that is the main reason, for me to sort of and also like the clients that I work for, and since cater to a lot of US clients, and now we are expanding to Europe and like trying to serve other territories and geographies. So there's a huge demand, and also like for my career growth, there is a requirement where the team or the management is asking us to sort of pursue things which would
Okay.
be something that is good for the growth and for to bring in business. Yeah, so that's
Okay.
the main motive for
Okay.
joining this course. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's great. Thank you for this. Srinivasan, Mr. Srinivasan.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Srinivasan. Actually, I have 20 plus years of experience in IT. I'm working with Infosys as a senior manager and taking care of the agile and project management group. So my interest towards learning this AI is more as an user, and as well as I'm planning to transition towards this GRC part of the career. So that's the reason I want to start with this ISO 42001, and I'm also in the process of preparing for CISA and 27001 in parallel. So that's the reason I started. So uh, more with the objective of career transition towards this GRC field. I worked for one GRC company earlier, but that is more at the functional level, but not at the core technical level. So that's the reason I want to start into the auditing side.
Okay. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Supun.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So I am working as a IT auditor, and I have 5 years experience, and I'm CISA certified.
Mm-hmm. And any experience on AI or working on?
No, not yet.
Okay. What's expectation?
Yeah, I want to ready for the AI application auditing related things.
Okay. 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 Thank you. Swati.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Sudhanshu sir.
Good evening.
So overall, I have around 12 plus years of experience. Right now, serving a investment bank in Pune. So my role is into risk and controls, basically into technology and cybersecurity. And why I want to pursue this course, because now the organization is now adopting a lot of AI tools and models. And AI being pervasive in nature in terms of, because this is going to come where we need to, understand the controls so that we can map our controls requirement if there are any gaps and all. So that's where I'm looking for this course. As a user, it is limited to Copilot and ChatGPT. But yeah, I want to understand how AI works. And I think the more detailed this course is, it will be easier for us to understand. I know a lot of us have done a lot of certifications, but then I think we should start with the basic, so that that will help us build that understanding about AI, since it's being a new thing in the market.
Yes, definitely. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vijay.
Hey, hi Sudhanshu. Hi everyone. Good evening. Myself Vijay. I bring more than 15 years of experience. I'm a chartered accountant by qualification, and 15 years I've been into the internal audit, SOX compliances, and GRC roles. So the purpose of why I wanted to take this course is a couple of things. One thing is, like, if I get a chance to work for the projects where we can implement the AI technology for any for maybe in-house team or maybe for a consulting work. Second thing is, how do we audit the AI technology applications? Because most of the applications are now driven by the AI technology. So how do we gonna audit those systems and applications, being an auditor? And the third point is, how do we enable the organizations to ensure that the organization is in compliance with the ISO 42001 standard requirements, so that they are in line with the requirements when they go for a recertification, or when they need to probably demonstrate that their AI technology products and services are, in compliance with the standards of the 42001. So to sum up, probably as an implementer, probably as an auditor, how do we gonna use this course or a standard 42001 in our career from a GRC perspective.
Any particular expectation?
Yeah, those are expectations, Sudhanshu. Like,
Okay.
how do we gonna audit the AI technology related
Okay.
applications and, and
Okay.
and and give a compliance opinion on that.
Okay. 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 Fine. So that's great. Anybody join in between? I'm just thinking. If I did not speak to somebody.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear Mr. Rajiv Tripathi.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you very much. Yeah, sorry, there were some technical issues. So I'm Rajiv Tripathi, around 20 years of experience working with Samsung as a senior manager, and I'm a part of cybersecurity function. I am basically a techno legal professional where technology plus law is both are as I can say in working like an intermediary kind of a role in the organization. I'm a CSM and ISO 27001 certified. My expectation is currently that there are a lot of AI, developments, AI applications, AI tools are undergoing in the organization, and I'm sure in most of the organization, people are not aware about the controls while developing these AI tools and working on it. So to be proactively, at the same time, simultaneously working on the controls, looking into, the different ISO 42001 standards, and it should not be like once the external audits happen, or let's say internal audit also happens, people will not be aware that okay, we have goofed up and so many non-compliances. So in order to understand the standards and proactively, suggesting the operations that, how these tools should be developed and what should be overlooked and what should not be overlooked, this is one of the expectation. At the same time, also, I'm also responsible for the DP for the global delivery, and would love to, to know your suggestion and from other esteemed members that how we can use AI, how we can implement AI into data privacy, and as some of rightly said that we would like to implement AI into various controls. How we can use the AI for the betterment of the tool for the operations. At the same time, the various standards also. Easily we can find out the discrepancies. So that is the expectation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So you said that DPDP implementation. You're working on that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So interestingly, so when I go through everybody's profile, it starts with 2 years experience to 20 years. So that's why I asked to present yourself and tell the expectation. What it happens, again repeating, so different set of people, different expectation. So at the beginning, I'm insisting everybody, please do participate in the discussion and also let me know what you are expecting. Suppose you say, I need an assessment template. Okay, so how to do an assessment of AI? We'll go through everything. So how template you need, or you need something else. So please let me know that. So what will happen that I'll be very clear what you're expecting. Certain time what happened, people doesn't express, but they're expecting me to deliver that. So I don't need. So that's why at the beginning I'm saying this. Okay. So hope it is clear to all of you. Right. So now let's begin with our discussion on AI. Okay. So how we will go through, I'll tell you. First thing about the we will take 15 minutes twice or 20 minutes twice break. We'll take as per the load of our discussion, and also as per the because summer is coming, so that's why maybe 20 minutes break will take. Something will decide as per our proceedings. Next, We need to understand one thing. To implement any of the framework, we need to go through the basics. As few of the people said, that we need to touch upon the basics, how AI is working and how we can implement the framework to make it better in the organization or get the career opportunity. So how we will go? First thing, we'll understand the basics by looking at the governance of the AI. So my AI GP qualifications, experience on the governance, and then how I do the on the advising part or training part, I'll deliver for the 2 days class. Today and tomorrow, we will be discussing on the AI governance one. Okay. And then further, we will move into the framework, how to implement, because everything is a governance. So if you say the IT security is a governance, then your framework. Privacy first is a governance, then the framework. Similarly, AI is a governance and the framework. All the governance must be clear because we connect with the corporate governance frame. I mean, related to that, right? And then gradually we will move into the practicals, case studies or business case or any kind of framework discussion controls. So on that basis, you need to start to think what you need and you need to tell me prior to that. Okay. So that I can arrange or bring in or I'll try to address this requirement, right? It should not happen that you will be dissatisfied in later stage. Okay. So please express yourself. That is better. Correct. And then thirdly, there will be some of the what we will do. We'll do question answer session. So how? I mean, a Google form I'll submit, so you can provide your answers on the basics. Like tomorrow, I'll give you a set of question. You just submit that. It is not part of the training process. That training assessment will be at last, which will be the academy will take care. Okay. So that how it will happen, when it will happen, they will inform you. A material I'll provide that. It will be your standard will be provided and other material I'll provide. Gradually I'll provide. Otherwise, it will be a I mean it will start to have many what do you say, curiosity to understand the things. Okay. Give me a second only. Okay. So let's start the discussion about the basics and the governance part of the AI. So when we say artificial intelligence, right? Percentage of see, the framework itself says that three things is divided in the framework. First phase, yes, it is recorded. The call is recorded. Okay. First phase of the discussion, I mean, the framework, how it will happen. It is a fundamentals, right? It gives the fundamental what to, how to do in an organization or as a leadership. And then second stage moved into the implementation part. Implementation and fundamentals, which everybody should know. Even an auditor should know that. But the people, those who are only implementing or want to implement only, they don't want to be auditors. Certain people are there as per their profile. So they just learn that much. Okay. But it is advisable to everybody to have the better understanding, to have the knowledge, should know the auditing part also. The auditing based on internal, external both. So that will be your around 10, 15, 20%. It will be there. It depends how we go ahead with the discussion. Okay, so it's a 20% you take it as overall. So audit in the sense internal audit and external audit, how it is going to be, and what are the things you need to do, and how it going to make it right. Okay, fine. I answered all. So now let's move into the governance of AI. So first thing is that the data. So as we know, everything revolves around the data, and how to govern the data, that is the biggest question nowadays. Because when you see the data world, it collected from different sources. It is created by the users for the organization. Organization also buys the data, collects the data from the subsidies entities, and also the organized create the synthetic data. So by all these data gathering after what is done, I mean, all these things gathered, then the organization can decide that whether they can create a AI model or not. Otherwise not. Even the organization buys the data from different sources, always it is said that that's not reliable. They feel that the data is not accurate what they're expecting. That's why the model gets failed, because that is generated and collected from the data companies, or the collected from data brokers. There are brokers in the world. Those, their job is to just buy the data from every source, and as per the requirement they sell it to different organization, different people for analysis, analytics, and then creating the model purpose. Okay, so that is a bigger picture of that. So data is, sometime data, if the organization generate organically, that takes a lot of time. The organization doesn't have time. If you are hoping to get the data generated over 3 years of time frame, then you'll be behind by from the all the competitors what you have, right? So that's why organization tries to gather from every sources. What are the possible source? The data gathering they prefer. They are doing that. So now, how to govern that? First thing is how to govern the data. So data cannot be governed without your cybersecurity, data privacy, and now another layer is adding to that, the sustainability. Why sustainability? Because the organization can survive if they have a asset class of data. Okay, your asset class data is considered a asset class under your, under the balance sheet also. It started to report. Some of the organizations are reporting, like you look into the balance sheet of Facebook. So it's not the user is their asset or the infrastructure they have there, that is the only asset, right? So how much data they have, that is their asset. So that's why they slowly, the asset class of data already started to gather by the organization, and buy and sell of those informations are happening. Now, cyber security or the information security, which we say that the ISO 27001 standard is the benchmark, or is the standard which is mostly followed by European and Asian countries, right? But when you go to American countries, or you go to the US, then it might be a different one, NIST or something else they follow. Similarly, privacy, if you go now, 27701 ISO standard, which is latest 2025, is now a individual standard. Before it was a part of ISMS, right? So now this standard, privacy standard, says that how European and Asian countries need to follow the standard to have a better privacy practice. And similarly, some of the US organizations, they prefer their NIST or any other framework, right? Artificial intelligence, if you look into the ISO standard, then 42001 is currently, it is the first standard which is created uh, by the ISO for artificial intelligence. And then after we have a NIST risk management one, artificial intelligence risk management standards also created, and different other standards gradually created by different organizations, different institutions as per their requirement, country specific. Like India also has the artificial intelligence standard, right? But now to govern this data, you have to have a security, you have to have a privacy shield to protect to from the legal hurdles or a problem for the individual not to manipulate the any kind of situation to any individual. That's why we have the privacy, uh, what do you say, the data privacy as a shield between your security and artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence basically it predicts, it creates the models, it predicts, it presents everything it does, right? So that what will happen, the decision making and understanding will be much easier for everybody, whoever use that. So it makes the work easier, right? But how to make sure these three, cybersecurity, data privacy, artificial intelligence implementation, or the governance done properly, that is reported in your sustainability reporting or your ESG reporting. What also it says that, okay, there are different scopes for that. One of this, the 1, 2, 3 is there. The third scope under that, you can find one section that says that how the data governance happens, how many privacy breach are there, cyber security breach are there, how data are managed. So those things are there. That's why gradually the sustainability reporting will have from this year in India. They uh, need to have SEBI required a lot of reporting details, and most of the organization, those who are having thousand top 1,000 companies, those who are having as per the turnover 1,000 listed companies, those who they need to report it. So like they have multi thousand vendors, so they are also need to be part of that. So that's why these are now a critical stage. It is moving between 2026 to 2030. The entire system of AI, entire system of privacy and cybersecurity will move to a different direction. Either it will have a much mature situation, or it will have a very complicated situation where there is no idea what's the next thing is going to be, right? So we'll move to next part. So data, as we know that from every sphere of our work we generate the data, like from a children to an adult, whoever working, or even the old, my parents, they use their mobile phone, they use the TV through internet, and then generate the data, right? Everybody is generating the data. So now data is not limited to terabyte, it's now gone to the petabyte also, and gradually it will increase to the next extent. So every moment everybody is generating different data, set of data. As we know that previously the data were created in a different kind of the forms, okay, or maps, or your sculptures, sculptures. Okay, so we just created it. Used to be created in a different form. Now we move into the technology field. How it is going to be? I mean, how we created every moment, every time, and also the storage. Gradually from punch card, now we are moving. We are into the cloud storage, right? And interconnected with everything now here. Like you have Alexa at the home, which can switch on your light. You have a what is that? Google uh, home or something is there, so that also can control entire infrastructure of the home, right? Similarly, city to city connection also, they started with the different set of infrastructure to build the economy and the businesses. Now, at the time of COVID, if you remember, we are gathering. Uh, Prior to COVID, the use of internet was lesser, right? And then when it happens, the COVID happens, and then before that, Ebola, all the problems were there. Mainly in the COVID, from the COVID time, the data generation or the generating the data by an individual has gone beyond a limit, right? Now it says that it says that the sorry, 2 GB data for an individual is not sufficient per day. So that much data everyone is utilizing or using. So similarly, product and services are changing dynamically, right? It's a sustainable, shareable, then equitable and fair. Everything companies are looking, and then the world is evolving in that direction. So therefore, the new challenge is also emerging every time, right? So the challenge is how to make sure the supply chain is ready, make sure that how data can have a better understanding, analyze the data, how can have a better predictability capacity, how we can have a better um what do you say, your production system, we can generate, we can create the business or develop the business, and the how our security system can be improved. So all the things are going on. So now emerging opportunity, if you feel and see that, we get enter into entire space of generating data from farming to supply chain, your storage, and your research and development, creating robots. Everywhere now data is used. So that's why every organizations, as I said, that they are collecting the data, they are creating the data, they are also buying the data. Collection in the sense collecting from their sister concerns. They're buying from the third parties, other organizations, as per their requirements, right? Just gradually, we are moving to a world where our children are or will be in a stage of world of data. Every footprints what we create, it is going to be the future or the good or bad for our children. So always I said one thing, as an individual, it's my opinion, and I say advice to people also, the lesser and lesser you have footprints in the digital world, that much you are protected. Okay, so that why the protection? Because nobody can manipulate you. So gradually what will happen, uh, like currently we can see that the manipulation to the decision making, influencing to our thoughts, and providing, giving us a set of idea or information which are false. That's those things are happening. The lesser and lesser information you have, you are protected. Now if you see, the mobile phone also is having your AI, right? So that means it is listening, collecting, and monitoring everything about your life. So we cannot avoid that, but we need to deal with that. That's the biggest challenge now. So individuals who has little knowledge about it, they can protect themselves. Otherwise, it's a problem. Similarly, the privacy bit, when we look into the privacy one, so when we collected the data, we need to govern that, right? So to govern that, we need to have a better security practices in the organization. So the organization which has more stringent, strict, And then reliable security practices, those organizations are more, what do you say, they're beneficial from the current situation. Even though those organizations lost their data, it's attack happens, ransomware or some other attack happens, the hackers steal the information and go away. And if the organization has any kind of insurance or any kind of mechanism to mitigate those financial reputational risk, they can protect that. But now in between what it happens, we have two different set of information. One is your uh, data related to human and non-human, right? So human data is, we say that, okay, by privacy, data privacy, we need to protect it. So we respect the privacy of an individual. Now, when we say the privacy, how to protect? Now, when you share the information to protect the data to any kind of organization or individual, then there the law regulation says that, okay, you shared with your consent. That's why the privacy is intact. Now, when by default some informations are collected by giving automated, suppose you are installing an application which need your to access that needs the permission to get your photographs, contacts, and your voice messages, read the messages. How will you do that? How to handle that? Otherwise, you cannot install. Right? Like Google and Facebook is collecting everything, every set of information from our health, mindset, like, dislike, what we do around. I mean, from, a mobile, as we know, that can listen everything, and till 5 meters distance, it is having the capacity to listen everything and understand. So that's why we have to protect our personal information. Now, the question comes, if you want to protect your personal information with the consent, it can be used by the organization. Now, when we say the consent is provided to use, so that means we gave the authority or authorization to the organization to use for any purpose, but prohibited or restricted, like profiling. Is one thing is restricted, but because by the profiling they can manipulate easily. Like one of the example, like Facebook or the Google, whatever you use, that start to give the same things. So that's why it is always advisable that privacy related uh, practices in the organization is highly mandatory, because otherwise the organization can go beyond that. Like one of you is going to implement the uh, DPDP Act, right? So when you implement the DPDP Act, if the GDPR is already there, GDPR practice or the GDPR applicability, then it is much easier. But your consent management will have a bigger problem or the bigger challenge for the organization. So now you have your information security is ready. And then you said that data privacy we follow as an organization. Extensively, organization is working on that. Organization has all the infrastructure to handle cyber risk and also the data privacy requirement. Now we come to the artificial intelligence, because without these two, your AI doesn't stand anywhere. Okay, because you collect the data, but misutilization of the data and insecure, there is no security, proper security measures for the data management or the governance, then it's a problem. It can happen anything with the data. So that's why once, always it is advisable, if your information security measures are perfectly implemented in the organization, then automatically your data privacy will be part of the secure practices. Then the artificial intelligence practices, you need to make sure it is meeting the organization policy and requirement properly. Now, when we say the artificial intelligence, so we know the human intelligence and artificial intelligence, which is basically a mimic or the copying the human brain into a machine. Human brain into the machine is what? Like, simple example, 10 different people's information gathered by the gathered in a particular database. Everything it will be there, A to Z information. And by using that, we can create a model, right? Basically, a statistical model. That model will predict the information what we are asking for. So this, now we are also moving to a different direction of agentic AI or agent AI, right? AI agents. So that's basically one individual agents. Individual agents in the sense, suppose one example, we are just wanted to create one AI agent who will look into my mobile phone and predict that what time what to be done, and automatic that will give me a alarm, okay, or it will pop up and give me the advice what to be done in this point of time, right? It's just example I'm giving. It's not, it is there, people are creating those things, but or it is centric, or it is focused on the personal use. Those things also started. Artificial intelligence without data, artificial intelligence not possible, right? So how the artificial intelligence will run on the basis of is the language, which we know that machine learning is the language which machine is able to understand. Like your Python is one of the language, or SAS or R or anything which can help to create the models. One of the um, capability, or the language who has the better capability to create the model is that Python. That's why most of the organization use that. So by using the Python language, the models are created. We'll get into that, what models and everything. Slowly, gradually, we'll understand those things also. So machine learning, the learning which a machine can understand, right? Similarly, deep learning. Deep learning is what? When we have more and more information, the data is in petabytes, right? Not in terabytes, but thousands, billions, sorry, I mean, thousands petabytes we have. And from that, we want to extract a particular information, or we want to extract particular, uh, what do you say, the prediction. Then your deep learning comes to the picture. So that, like, one of the example is generative AI. So what it happens when you look into the generative AI, your Chat GPT or Gemini, anything, any of the bigger models, when you look, so what it does, you give a prompt, you write something on the search field, and that will search into 10, 20 different sites, or multiple sites, right? Thousands of sites within seconds, that is having the capability to search and get the information and provide you in a summarized way. That's the capability. So that generate your text. Similarly, these generative AI has capability of like generating image, or generating voice, text, videos, that generates only one particular activity. Okay, that copy. So a human being created his used his intellectual, create a copyrighted product, and update it in site, any of the your website, or shared in the Facebook or somewhere, or uploaded in the YouTube. So from there, it search everything and provide you one of the output as per your requirement. That is the generative AI does. Now we moved into the LLMs, large language models. These models are basically very, what do you say, uh, complicated. The models are statistically very complicated, which we look into the prediction in a such a way that it feels like the new one. I mean, it can give you the better and better result, like the ChatGPT generative AI. The similarly now ChatGPT new version will give you the video plus the content or the text. Those are because of LLMs, because level multiple artificial intelligence are working together, and it's a very the language itself, it says the large language, in the sense the models having the multiple different dimension to predict the uh, your output, or get the output. Now similarly, the current situation is that the frontier model, which is very advanced one, and it has capability to create and present by itself something. We'll get into those things gradually. Now, artificial intelligence, how many types? Suppose somebody is asked a basic question. So, as per the current scenario or the knowledge, artificial intelligence based on the capabilities and functionalities. The capabilities, like narrow AI, which I said that like your mobile phone is giving a voice search and providing you as required videos, right? So that is a narrow one. Similarly, the text, so the model will search the text, summarize, and present you. That's a narrow one, right? The particular set of work it does. Next is generative AI, that also generate from different sources but complicated model, and that complicated or multiple model or complicated model will decide and provide you output in a better way. It might it might be it might be only one output or one prediction, like your text or your video or photographs, anything, or multiple. Like with the video, the text will be there, or with photographs, text will be there. It generates something which is unexpected, or it is by using multiple intelligence of human beings. And super AI, the work is going on this. It will take time. So super AI is the futuristic one. Okay. So by 2030, definitely there will be a super AI. That's they are predicting. Like uh, NVIDIA's and others, they're working to build in this. Mm. Now, based on the functionalities, the reactive, self-awareness, limited memory, theory of mind. So all these things we'll touch upon later. So these are all little bit more discussion points. Now, machine learning, when you say it has supervised, unsupervised, semi-supervised, and reinforcement. There are four different learning. Machine learn from the the command or the, yeah, somebody joined or went a minute. Can I know which? 1 minute. I'll read out. Can I know which certificate is provided after the course? That's academy will say that. That's not in my knowledge. Okay, fine. So, as far as my understanding or knowledge, I don't have exemplar or something. They'll tell you. You just reach out to them. So sorry. So machine learning, when we say that supervised learning, unsupervised learning, semi-supervised reinforcement. So when we say that supervised learning, right? So that means somebody is there to give a command to the data. So they says that okay, it is a car, it is a house, it is a building, it is a human. So somebody is labeling that, giving a label by saying the information, or it is an instruction giving to the data or to the model, right? When the model started to identify, it skips to that. Unsupervised learning, that means machine is learning by itself. It's creating, generating everything by itself, understanding by itself, and gradually it start to the the programming will need to build in such a way that it must be understandable by the machine, right? And the instruction can understandable by the machine and predict itself. Semi-supervised is based on both supervised and unsupervised. Half of the, let's take the half of the informations are labeled, and then half is not. By mix of that, machine start to learn by itself and does the prediction on the work. Reinforcement learning itself, it by itself, it gets create or learn by itself, which is basically LLM models are built in on the reinforcement learning. Machine learning, the process. Now, if you look at the process, how it define. So first is define the task, right? We define the task, what we need, how much data we have, and then we select a model. It's a regression model, a classification model, which model we want, that we need to select that. Then the data collection happened. So data, we decided that what we are going to build in. Then accordingly, we create. There are two scenario. Either we have the data, and we on that we decided that this model is appropriate for the organization, or we collect the data. 1 minute. What all things or topics are covering today? Today we are covering the governance part of the AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, so data collection happens. Either you collect the information, or you what I was saying. Okay, you collect the information or you have the information, right? So accordingly, you create the synthetic data, or you create the data which are relevant for the your model, and then you start to collect the information. So okay, I'll go back again. So at the time of selection of the model, it might happen organization has the information, and organization started to look for the what do you say, uh, the model which is appropriate for the organization from the similar set of information. So by using the available data, they select the model this is appropriate and create the synthetic data to create the model, to test the model. And gradually organizations start to collect the data, or gather the data from different sources, right? So that when the model gets created, they can utilize the same thing for the real-time test and implementation. Then training the model. Model need to go through multiple trainings, multiple set of first with the synthetic data, then with the real time, then the live. So the model get the training, then we need to evaluate the model and implement that. Similarly, deep learning neural network, we will go back and touch upon this. And then machine learning, deep learning, what we studied now, phrase reading, example, deep learning process already we uh, understand how the ML models are created to identify or classify the information and can predict that, right? So prediction in the sense like which is the car, which is a building, where is the light, who is the face, whose face it is, how the face looks like, or how they touch upon the things, right? Now moving into the AI governance of the bit, right? So basically, the governance is related to the AI policies, AI laws, your framework, practices, and processes to help stakeholders. Who is a stakeholder? Internal, external, both the stakeholder. Now, if you look into the organizations, most of the external stakeholders are powerful. Internal stakeholders are in a they are in must they should be informed what is happening, right? External stakeholder has the because they are the investor, they always prefer to know that what's happening in the organization and how the organization can give benefit. And then internal stakeholder always look for the long-term sustainability in the organization, right? So that's why the policies, law related to this, and then framework, which is what should appropriate to use, and practices in the organization, and what kind of processes are built in that need to be checked and make sure that governance is intact. Like laws, if you say the EU AI Act, GDPR, Data Act, Resilience Act, on the European side, these are need to be looked for. Now, suppose you're coming to the India Information Technology Act, your the DPDP Act, then AI policy, AI guidelines issued by the government of India and the Niti Aayog. Those things we need to look for. Similarly, other things also, whether your data subject or the data principle is a we are touching the fundamental rights in India, human rights in Europe, and consumer rights in US. So where, whose data, and how, which model you are going to create, that we are need to look for, right? So to what need to be what need to be done here to identify the, then we need to have a proper mechanism to identify the risk also, right? And set the guardrails which helps to address the potential issues or uh, innovation and trust, which can support to do that, right? So we need to create a particular guardrail or a path with the protection by following all these policies, all these practices, the laws and approaches, and we need to build in such a way that it will give a proper result to us. Now, I'll touch upon little bit on here, then we'll have a break and move into the little bit more of the governance today and tomorrow. So 42,000 provides a guidance, which is a framework basically how to use it. So now when we say about the AI need to go through 4 stages. Stage 1, your AI practices or AI, uh, how it is need to be built on, right? So that basic understanding of the AI infrastructure, AI system, that's need to be required. So we define that what exactly for the organization we need it or don't need it, for the marketing or for the legal or which team, what for the organization we need it. So we define that generic discussion or the purpose setting. Secondly, we need to understand what are the regulations or the policies or any other guidelines which has in the country, how that will affect, right? And according to that, we need to develop the AI. The AI will be developed on the basis of, once these are things set, cleared by the management or the senior management, then we start to develop the AI. And the same time, we need to have a proper understanding the requirement and the regulations details. We need to be very clear on that. And then fourthly, deployment. So deployment also, where we are deploying, how we are deploying. So for that, what exactly you need to be looked for? Integrated approach, AI projects must have, like risk assessment to the effective treatment of the risk, how we are going to treat the risk when we find out for the AI. So AI need to go through minimum 4 stage of assessment. One is your algorithm assessment. Another is your human rights assessment, is for the basically requirement from the EU side. Third one is your data privacy assessment, which basically data privacy and protection both it will look for. And then fourth one is conformity assessment. So these 4 assessment it can go through. It can be other, it can be other assessment also can be done from the implementer point of view. There are certain guidelines, restrictions are also there where you're implementing, how you're implementing. We'll have a discussion on that. And somebody ping the what? What is this?
So I have a question. Which was the fourth one? First one was algorithm assessment. Second was human right assessment. Third
Third
was
is
data privacy, and fourth
data privacy and your conformity assessment.
conformity.
Yeah, we'll go through that, and as per your requirement, if you need, I'll provide the templates, assessment templates. You can have a look into that. So we are just touching all these things in a very high level, okay? So that's why a not detailed discussion we are doing. So next point is that applies to the organization of any size and industry, means this 42,000 framework. So like as I said that before, the organizations of European organizations and Asian organizations, they prefer to go for ISO. But when you say that US, they will go for the NIST AI risk management one or any other. So there are these frameworks are basically set by the organizations which are the trust in the sense that under there is a these companies are basically trust. Okay, so there are people gathering of intellectuals, they create these models. Okay, so similarly US has multiple this one. The India also is having your AI framework. You can you'll have from one your NASCOM under the DSCI. So they are also one of the wing of the NASCOM. They they create the frameworks, they provide the guidelines, they give the trainings to how it happens, right? What to be done, how the framework to be used. But basically, every framework is based on your ISO standards. Okay, like there is a private organization in Bangalore which is FDPPI. Okay, they also created a standard on the AI, on the privacy. They also worked on that. So similarly, there are many are there. So it is the choice of the organization how what to be selected and implemented. So this standard is basically is going to integrate with the AI management system into the organization process and management structure. Okay, so we will get into that stage by stage. Consider specific issues related to AI design process, information system and control. Right, determining the organization objective, involvement of interested parties, organization policies. So everything need to be set. Okay, objective need to be set. Who are the stakeholders or the interested parties that need to be uh, identify and make sure those are informed or involved. And organization policy you need to set for the AI and related things, right? Managing risk and opportunity, that's the core work of the implementer to identify that how to manage the risk and look for the opportunity along with the technical teams. process for managing concerns related to trustworthiness of the AI system. Like trustworthiness, AI system is always based on your bias or hallucination or harms. These things are critical. So we need to look for, we will discuss a little bit on those things and how those are be part of the entire process of building AI. So that will help us to make a trustworthy AI, right? Process to manage suppliers, partners, third parties to provide or develop AI system for the organization. So that means all the stakeholders, which are like somebody, one organization will give you infrastructure, like what is NVIDIA is will provide you the chip, okay? So semiconductor. So that will help you to create the processing of the model. Some organization will give you your server. So those are things need to be, everybody need to be taken into consideration, and according to the facility and then agreement, and then your requirement and the uh, what do you say, the objective of the organization, we have to work, I mean the organization need to work accordingly and create the model which can be a futuristic one and the better one for the organization. Okay, any question till now, anybody? Okay, so we'll
Yeah.
take a
So,
sorry, please tell
so
me.
yeah. So Dhanshu, I mean, couple of things.
Mm.
Just trying to go back to the previous slides, where you mentioned we have a sustainability reporting also, right, on this AI related aspects. I mean, can you touch base on that? Along with that, can you also help us just give a prediction about how super AI going to be look forward in future in 2030? If you have any insights about super AI.
See, super AI is just a thought now, okay? Because first thing is that we don't have such set of information or the data. The models can be created. It's, the organizations are claiming also they have the generative AI, right? But many intellect they says that we don't have a proper generative AI which can generate by use of multi models and can generate multiple things. One of the example, the claim like Baidu.ai, right, which can create a movie uh, scene, right, without involvement of any of these stars. So, like probably you have seen that Tom Cruise and Arnold, right, both are fighting in a scene. So those kind of, that can be considered as a generative AI, but it's not up to the mark they are saying. Still, it has to grow. That means the super AI has long way to go. Super AI need a lot of time to go. And then coming to coming to the sustainability, like probably you have gone through or the know that ESG or the sustainability reporting is mandatory for most of the organizations, right? From for Indian organizations from now, but for like European is already there. Like if for India, we do the BRSR reporting, business responsibility and sustainability reporting, which has different set of reporting activities. Uh, like emission scopes, like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and it has uh, one scope 1 like generic information, specific information, and very uh, deep information about your vendor practices. So the scopes 3, it says that they're like calculating your carbon accounting, and then all the things. So the why I'm saying this sustainability reporting, the moment you create the data, a single footprint, a click of a button, or install a create an infrastructure even to collect, store, process the data. From that time, you generate the carbon, right? So similarly, when you create a IT infrastructure, anything you do, you create the carbon. Similarly, then when you create a data center, okay, that generates a lot of carbon. So for that, your air conditioners, water resource use, and then maintenance of that, electricity, and your, what do you say, internet facility, that creates huge number of carbon. And for that, the reporting into the ESG reporting with all these details is required now. Every organization need to calculate their carbon emission, and similarly they need to have a practice of how to mitigate, or how to uh, what do you say, the emission, what do you say, how to compensate the emission, right? So like example, your renewable energy, they says that, okay, they use wind energy, or they use solar energy to generate the electricity and use for this, use for your data centers, right? Like Google opened the data center in Vishakhapatnam. Do you think without the electricity they can run it? That's not possible. If they use the coal, that is also not a renewable energy. If they use the hydro power, then it is a renewable energy. So that's why, because due to the river belt around your Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, they generate lot of hydropower electricity. So that is considered as a your what do you say, renewable energy, but not, which is doesn't generate the carbon. But your wind turbine generates the carbon, because it has the raw materials, or the what do you say, there is a life for that, right? There is a 25 years life for your wind turbine. So after that, what it happens to those things? After then, when the motor runs at the turbine with the wind, that also generates a lot of carbon. The motor creates the emission there. And when we have the solar panels, the solar panel doesn't die. And to create the to make a solar panel, they use lot of these precious metals, right? Like one of the thing is that your silver is used there, and platinum is used there. So those are also impacting your carbon emission, right? So those calculation is mandatory now. Okay, so that, like in a, suppose you want to sell any product to the European countries, even it will happen that uh, Google generated, or Google is running the business, or create models are running from India, and they wanted to use that in Europe. This is an example I'm giving. I not practically don't know, but they need to go through a particular reporting. It's called CBAM reporting, right? Carbon emission reporting. They need to create and provide that. Similarly, there are different multiple reporting frameworks are there, and that is used to calculate, and how the organization practices are there for your carbon emission, and that will determine the sustainability. So like ESG has three factor, right? So your environment, social, and governance. Governance nothing but how practices we do, and by following these uh, entire set of structure of implementing a framework, implementing policies, implementing following the regulations, environmental related regulation. These are all the practices are there. But social, how to mitigate that? So they plant tree, they do development of the tribal areas, or they develop the connecting with the NGOs. They create uh, different way of like plastic eradication. So those are compensated. Like one of the practice is that, like companies like Coca-Cola, right? Just an example. So they generate the plastic bottles. That creates the carbon. That doesn't die for 500 years. Plastic doesn't dies for 500 years. To have that, they need to they they work with in the ground level with NGOs and or the organizations, those who create the collection, the bottle collection mechanism from the grassroots level, or the from the what do you say, the garbage from that level, and that move to the organization who process that. Okay, who process that? They what they do? They process it and then create a different product, right? The reusable product, and those products are like once they create the product, they give it those kind of they give it to the Coca-Cola. How much they plastic? What do you say? I just got disturbed. So, how much the plastic they recycled and created new product, and on that basis, the compensation is provided by the Coca-Cola. It's an example, overall example I'm giving. Similarly, environment perspectives, that social is that, and then environment perspective, the your organization need to have a proper plan on like how to use solar, or it's a green project, or the project is they says that um, greenfield projects. Okay, those new concepts and new things, government schemes are there, but basically it is a less emission and more uh, sustainable businesses. Okay, it's just I'm trying to cover it as within 5 minutes what possible. So these are all basically, and that to be reported like different reporting, other like IFRS. When we are doing the accounting, the IFRS standard S1, S2, you need to be considered. Like SASB, you need to consider. TCFT, one of the reporting mechanism that need to be considered. So lot many are there. So different organization, different set of practices, depends on the sectoral specific also. They are like, one of them is that global, what is that? GRI, global reporting standard, GRI, and that standard is followed to have all these reportings across the globe, and that is the, we can say, the parent one. Okay, or mostly followed by every organizations along with your specific to the sector or the country specific. So that is basically related to ESG or sustainability reporting. Mr. Vijay is fine.
Yeah, thank you so much. One last question,
Yes,
Sudhanshu.
please. Yeah.
Can you please clarify the unsupervisory machine learning versus reinforced machine
We will get into that.
learning?
Don't worry. I just started this. We need to go for 40 hours, so we'll go. We'll
No
discuss
problem.
everything.
Yeah,
No problem.
thanks.
Because next week onwards, we'll have the 2 weeks. We'll discuss about the framework, what to be implemented, how to be implemented, right? And these 2 weeks will, this week we'll discuss about the governance, so that you will have a better understanding. And then further, we'll go into the practical or uh, practice-based discussion. We'll see. Okay. Okay. We'll have a break. 20 minutes break we'll take. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Yes,
Quick
please. Yeah.
Yeah, sir, I just want to know, like, do we need any kind of prior experience or something before we deep dive into this particular standard, or we are good even if we have no such background?
See, there are two things. One is your implementer. So now you can be implementer for anything, right? You can learn the data privacy framework, which is 27701, and get into the implementation. But when you say the auditing, then you need to have a little bit more understanding how it works, right? So you are the auditor, third party, or somebody is a part of the uh, audit work, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So those audit works, you need to have a little bit deeper understanding about how it works and related frameworks and the practices, governance mechanism. You need to understand because it will very short period of time. You need to decide, identify, decide, and define what is the audit result. Right? It cannot
Yeah.
be entire. That's why.
So through
But
this course,
gradually,
we're learning that to find the gaps, that
uh,
how AI has been implemented in an organization, right?
yes, this is the
Okay.
governance part. So we are discussing about how to implement and what are the things to be considered before selecting a framework. You can select any of the framework, right? So one of them is that ISO 42001. So this framework, how when you are going to implement, we'll come to that. When it is, I mean, on a particular stage, only a framework come to the picture, not from the beginning, right? Suppose the
Okay.
organizer decided that AI model will create or AI model will buy to use it. Okay, that also happens. Organizations, they buy the models and use that on their data, and or the organization decide that some of the third party model will be used for their prediction work or inside the organization, right? So those also there. So when or what organization is deciding, how their proceedings, everything will be discussed gradually. We'll have everything discussed one after another.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. So we'll have a 20 minutes break. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so let's start the discussion or the understanding on the artificial intelligence background. Okay, so remember we are touching upon the governance bit. Slowly, gradually means we'll try to understand how it works. We'll go through the basics now. Tomorrow we'll look into little bit of your the regulations and the deployment. It's I mean entire things. It's like your 5 days or like 20 hours of understanding, right? So we'll conclude in the 8 hours. So that's why I'll minimize it the information and try to understand how it is the artificial intelligence created, what are things to be considered, what regulations are there to have an impact on this, and how you need to deploy, develop everything. Okay. So artificial intelligence, when we say the artificial intelligence or definitions or the history, when we go back to the like 1950s when the world war was happening, that time the artificial intelligence model created Alan Turing, which is said that there is a Turing test also. It says that if the person who is sitting other side of the machine cannot recognize whether he is interacting with a machine or human, then the artificial intelligence is working or the machine is working properly. That means the model should be created in a such a way that the person who is sitting other side should not cannot recognize that it's a machine. He must feel that he's or she is interacting with a model, right? So when the machine performed at the time of World War, Alan Turing created the base for this, and then gradually different intellect. They created the robots. They created different models, not on the software, but we say that uh, there is a person named called. mm, 1 minute, just find out he's the current software world or the soft AI model. He's the father of soft AI. What is Hinton? I forgot his name. His
Jeff.
Jeffrey Hinton.
Yes.
Yeah. So it says that he's the father of your software, uh, artificial intelligence model. He's the father who created this one. I think mm, uh, 10, 15 years back, he started to work on this and then predicted how it is going to happen. Jeffrey Hinton. Okay. So Turing test is defined. Always it is used to test the machine, how the machine is going to perform, whether it is a human centric or non-human centric, or it is properly used by the human or not, or any harm it is creating to the human. Everything will be done there. So similarly, what are the common element need to be in the AI model? AI is a technology that should be autonomy, human involvement, and output is the prediction what we are expecting that. So now there is a point called human involvement, or it says that human centric or human in the loop, right? So somebody must be there who can take the decision on behalf of the model, whether it is having any harm to any I mean, living humans, or creating any biasness to any kind of human what do you say, the related activity. Okay, just like example, just give me, it's not really tired. So one example, like AI model is created by your uh, okay, so AI model is created by London police, right? And that model predicted, it basically used to predict that who is a criminal. And it is found that the database, because the database collected and stored most of the informations which are black people's, so accordingly that predicted that black peoples are the criminals. Similarly, the recruitments, these are initial stages, 10 years back case studies, use cases, right? So similarly, there is a model created by Amazon which says that who can be the potential candidates to recruit in the organization. Because the database, what they had, it's most of the uh, data are from the male people, male employee. That's why it says that the male employees are more preferable than the females, right? And then also they had another organization, another model which is created based on the color. So they recognized the color, particular white color people are more engaged or recruited, must be recruited in the organization. So these are the failures or the use cases which already created long back, and it has also the predicted in such a wrong way. For that, it is decided that that should be human in loop. Without intervention of human, the models are predicting the wrong pictures, right? So that's why human involvement or human centric uh, model, the model must have a human involvement in that. So always it is says that AI is a social and technical system because it balance both the both the things, right? It's a need to have a better social picture of the society, which can influence the society, right? And then technically also it should viable for the human beings, right? So that balance need to bring in by the technology. That means the AI model. And also AI influences society and society also influence the AI because both are learning from each other, right? Whatever the data we create in the social media or in by using different platform, that replicates the in the AI and that influence us, right? So like there are videos in this current situation of the war, it can say that, so there is a, like I was looking into a video which says that your Israel president, right, he's killed in the war. Similarly other people, similarly there is a bombardment happening in a particular place. Those kind of models, those kind of video generated, AI generated videos are also created because that influence from the society, right? So those things need to be taken care. That's why human in the loop is a mandate to have a better ethical AI practices or better AI practice. Next is AI system. When we classified, need to be classified into 5 different categories, which is there is a OECD guidelines is there. Okay, so OECD guidelines, when we look into the OECD 5 dimension guidelines, what it says, how you need to be. First is people and planet we need to consider, right? Second thing is that, so OECD is basically the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, right? So that is they issued most of the guidelines how this business should happen across the globe. That 5 dimensions, look into that: the people and planet, economic context, data and input, AI model, and task and output, right? So these 5, what it says basically, people and planet, in the sense human rights need to be protected, environmental protection need to be there, society need to be considered when it is we use the applicable of the AI, we need to look into that. Privacy of human beings need to be protected. So these are all people and planet, both the things we need to consider. Like we are discussing the carbon emission, how environmental law or environment would need to be protected, environmental law need to be implemented. So people and planet, that balance need to be bring in by the, when we plan to implement the AI system, or when we start to develop the AI system, we need to keep in our mind and do that. Similarly, economic context. So economic context in the sense, um, sectoral specific, we need to see that how it is happening. No, which sector the AI is important to do that, which sector AI is a must helpful, which sector AI will have a bigger impact, it might be negative or positive impact, that you need to find out. Like financial sector or healthcare or education, the sector specific impact will be more there, right? Then business function or the model for the AI system, what business function, it's for the HR, it is for patients study on their uh, health issues, or educating the children of a particular standard by having a AI model. So these are things, the functional based, we need to keep in mind and create the model. Necessity of the AI system to operate, right? What is the necessity is there? AI system, it is to operate, what infrastructure we required, where it should be appropriate, how need to be taken care. Mm, is it like, as I said, that there is a water resources, plenty of water resource we need to operate a data center for AI, right? So where that water resource is available, that also need to be taken care, right? So most of the time the data center as coastal belt they created. So is it appropriate and that place is having correct infrastructure or not, right? Those questions also comes, and that need to be decided accordingly. How it is deployed and uh, impact of the development, how it will happen across the society, across the economy, uh, infrastructure, how it will create, right? So like in US, I think in Seattle, they created lot of data centers, and they run through different turbine, your wind air, uh, wind energy and then solar energy they use extensively and run those data centers. What is the scale, that also need to find out and think about it, and how it will be. Technological maturity, how efficiently, how mature the AI model, and then the infrastructure, that also need to be taken care. Because if the model takes lot of data to predict one particular thing, then it's said that it's not viable, right? The model should have the efficiency or capability to predict with a limited, not so limited, but it should have a limited resource, can predict a correct, I mean, with the limited data can predict the right uh, output, right? So, and then also it says that economic, from the OECD dimension for the developing the AI system, it says that also AI model, when we use, how the model is built and who is going to use it, who are the users, how, where it is going to be used. Like when ChatGPT created, so it is started with a philanthropic work or the non-profit organization. Gradually, they moved into profitable organizations. So when they started with the philanthropic way to create this model, they built in such a way and then set the organizations, or set the model in around that, right? And they were thinking the model will be used in a certain specific uh, set of people or certain criteria, or number of people, but that gradually started to use by multiple people. So how the model is created, where it is will be used, who is going to use that, all these things you need to, how it is built in, and what are the infrastructure requirements, so that also need to be considered. Task and output, when the AI model perform and started to work on this, how the output it is predicting, right? So the result, what should be the action on that? So is that just predicting unnecessarily, which is not relevant, or it is a relevant data is extracting from different sources or from the database, right? Like if you look into the different models, different this AI system like ChatGPT, Gemini, or Cloud A, anything. So it will present you what are the source of data. It is from which are the source the data is collected and summarized and present you, right? So those source are very much important. Whether the prompt is matching to the requirement of what answer we are trying to get it or not. So similarly, task and output need to be considered. So when we start to deploy or the plan to have AI system for the organization or AI system to build in, so we have to consider these 5 dimensions as per OECD, and it is in the practice and it is mandated by uh, I mean the economic forum of the world, that any organization who is planning to have your AI creation, right, they need to consider these 5 dimensions. Next is your modern driver of AI and data science, right? So what is the modern driver of AI and data science? Data science is one of the uh, what do you say, the capability, or data science is one of the your mm, learning or the creating method, or which is basically the people, those who are good at mathematics, statistics, having the capability to create models, or uh, predicting capabilities, right? It's a AI, uh, any, not only AI, it's a, by extracting an output or with the prediction, which is uh, done by the data science or data scientist, right? So modern driver for AI, artificial intelligence, data science, because data science is the data scientists are one of the uh, core capable people, those who work to build the AI and then its model for a very long time, right? It happens that Data scientists and AI engineers work together to build a model for years, also 1 or 2 years. It's a bigger model, a multi-model. So now, what is a modern drive? Modern in the sense nowadays, what exactly impacting or we are looking at, like cloud computing, right? So cloud computing is one of the infrastructure we required. So like on demand, how it is available to us, right? The infrastructure, scalable, how we can, I mean, increase the capacity, power computing, how the capable is that, right? Accessibility should be there, and then processing capability, how it is. So these are all to be considered when we select a cloud computing infrastructure, right? Mobile technology and social media also need to be considered. Like smartphones are used, and then social media platforms are used to create a large number of data, and then AI model also learn from there, right? So you can suppose like your Facebook or Google or uh, any other application who can do a inbuilt AI in your I mean, in your phone, it will be there. So that means every time that works and understand everything, right? I was saying before also. So those need are the part of the lifestyle nowadays. So that's why need to have a clear-cut idea how the mobile technology are built in a such a way that social media data or any data is locally which is used or can be used and can predict in the mobile phone only. Internet of Things, the IoT generate data and they feed into the AI. So that's why it is considered as one of the key infrastructure for AI system to build in. Then privacy, PET means privacy enhancing technology, which is basically make sure that security and privacy concerns are met very stringently, because fail of this privacy enhancing technology or pets, it's a failure to the AI system someday. Like one of the concern is that there is a in a data privacy, you have a data subject access request, right? DSAR, this is data subject request, or this data subject access request. So suppose you have a data, you have data of thousands or terabytes of information into your system, right? You say that we protected the information and we have every infrastructure. Now your data subject comes in and says that, oh, you need to remove my information. I don't allow to be used further. I want to edit my information, right? And I want to take, I mean, I want to erase everything, right? So such decision can be given by the data subject, because the data is the right of the individuals, that their rights, right? So now the same data, if it is utilized to create the model, now question comes how to delete that, how to rectify that, okay, what to be done. So organizations are struggling to answer those questions. That's why if you see the DPDP Act is created or the made in such a way, it has given the liberty to implement however you want to. It is not specified or stringent like GDPR. That's why they came with the EU AI Act, right? So because the GDPR, they very stringently they made it and everybody appreciated. Now they cannot go back and repeal or remove those articles. So they have to follow those things, protect their citizens. But in India, we are the developing economy, so we have to generate more and more information. And privacy is not a concern for maximum people in India, only certain people, those who are having in, I mean, they know how to have a better practice of their data privacy, or the knowledge about the data privacy, or the use of the data, so they protect. Rest of the people I see at the ground, they don't care, or they don't know what is happening with their data. But at the same time, we can say the moment we are connected with the internet and use of Google, Facebook, and they're looking into their terms and condition, their privacy policy and everything, we are already in the what do you say, in the our privacy is no more a concern, right? Already.
Yeah, just wanted to add, Sudhanshu, here that privacy, unlike Europe, in India, is not a concern for many of us because we have not been given that choice.
Yeah.
And that awareness is also lacking. But
Yeah.
given the awareness and given the choice, I guess we Indians will also would like to not this privacy violation. We are also not in favor of privacy violation,
That's
and
right.
the companies, they are taking the advantage of this, which I guess DPDP will surely will take care of these concerns.
No, there are multiple situations now. If you look into the DPDP's situation, now DPDP Act in uh, the Act is challenged in the Supreme Court. Okay, so it might have a chance, or it might have a situation, the certain section of the DPDP will be repealed. Okay, that is the chances. So there are three.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's too early to say from because the Supreme Court is also, looking at the worldwide privacy regulations, and where we as Indians, we are surely we are lagging behind. So I'm not sure whether the repealed it is going to be repealed, but yeah, there might be some modification, but few people are saying the lobbyists, they are saying that this will be this is going to be stayed because of the Right to Information Act, but I am not sure.
Right.
Yeah, this is not going to be stayed.
Yeah, just means gradually they want to kill the Right to Information Act. That's why if you look into the situation when they what do you say, the parliament is
Can't hear you, Sudhanshu.
no, sorry, I'm just suddenly disconnected from here. Okay, I just logged in again. Just now, so give me a minute. So what had happened? So in India, if you look into the situation, what I'm doing. Alright, 1 minute. So in India, what it happens at the time of this Manipur issue, that time they approved in the parliament, they approved okay, approved the act, okay, implementation of that in the very short period of time it happened. So that's fine. So there are two set of people, those who are fiduciary, you can say, like your now the Supreme Court, as they are asking the what is a public data, what is a private data, right? So the private data can be your data, which is your concern. The public data maybe what is in the public, like our suppose the GPS, or we are sharing something in the social media, so it might consider as a public data. So we need to wait and watch. Okay, we debated. So the privacy enhancing technology should be there to I mean, one of the technology which is must be considered at the time of building, or at the time of making the AI system. Okay, or this is uh, one of the drivers. Sorry, one of the driver to this. Then blockchain technology also need to be considered when we have the AI system built in. Certain uh, models, they are built in blockchain technology, like your credit card predictability, your loan predictabilities. Those models are the blockchain also being part of these models, right? Though integrated with that. Similarly, computer vision, augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, these are all to be considered when these technology, as per the use, we are touching upon, like computer vision, enable the machines to understand the world through image and videos, right? Create uh, safe and more efficient, interactive human machines. Okay, like that's why from there the enhanced one is your augmented reality, AR and VR, right? So that also applies to the gaming industry, right? And then virtual games can be played, right? Virtual object can be created also, like certain people are created a VR, which, I mean, I remember if you go to uh, Varanasi, and there you can find that one of the stall, there is a VR system is installed where we wear it and get into the temple. You can visit the temple uh, from the VR system, right? So that also need to be considered, or the think how this latest new technologies are affecting or helping to build the AI. Then the metaverse, it's basically the represent with a vision of shared virtual space where individual can interact, right? Like Facebook was working on the metaverse, conduct the business or have a meeting, business meeting, uh, like go for a virtual tour. So those things are also in the metaverse started. So AI model can be useful to have these kind of futuristic infrastructure, right? So these are also to be considered when an organization need to when you wanted to build. So anything can happen. So these, why these points are touched, we are no doubt we are going to uh, have a discussion on your AI framework to implement. But suppose there is a model which is basically uh, created by having the blockchain technology also in that, right? One of the interface happens through the blockchain. So there you need to think that how the framework will be relevantly answering to the questions or the implementation you need to do. So these are new or the latest modern drivers or the technologies which can be part of your models nowadays. Like computer vision, we can see everywhere. Augmented reality, also we can see. Metaverse, we can see. Blockchains are used very less, right? It's depends on the models, right? Then the privacy enhancing technology is a part of that, but currently we can see it's a 50-50 story. Organizations are using, not using, because they don't have sufficient data, and if they will restrict the data, then they cannot create the model. IoT is by default into the infrastructure of your AI model creation, right? And then mobile technology and social media depends on the model where it is to be used, like Facebook or Google. They have this mobile technology and social media together. They are having the similar model. Cloud computing is a part of the infrastructure. So when we do or started to think about and start to make our implementation plan by following this ISO 40001, so we have to keep in our mind that what kind of system can be utilized, right? Now coming to the category of the or the type of artificial intelligence. So first is your narrow intelligence, general intelligence, and super intelligence. So narrow intelligence, now we can see or say that like your Siri or your Alexa or voice search or any of the model which can create a particular prediction of the if you go to the site called this person doesn't exist, right? So there you can create a an image of a particular male or female or which doesn't exist in this world, right? Those kind of model also are there and can be utilized for different purposes. So that is a narrow AI which is limited with a certain predictability, or the task is very smaller, right? Then if you go to the general intelligence, is a mainly currently it is says that it's a the strong one which has multi-factor, multi what do you say, the predictability, multi capability. This is a multiple task can be done through this, right? The strong and the deep learning which is said. So it is a complete AI model which is it is said that, and it cannot be cannot be a super AI, cannot be a narrow AI, right? So it is a mid of things which generates also and also predicts properly. Okay, but very closely or very realistically, it is mimicking the human intelligence, right? So, like if you look into the Chat GPT, and then Chat GPT, you give a prompt to the Chat GPT, and what it happens, ChatGPT will pull out the certain set of information from different sources, summarize that, and presented you, right? If suppose you want to create a video, you provide a input into that. You want to create a presentation, you input into that. Whatever you upload, the download, what will happen into that, you do it. So that predicts very close to your requirements. That's why it is said that generative AI is always as a human mimicking the human behavior, right? Like it is a advanced one, advanced AI also. They are saying that. The next is a super AI. So what is expected in the super AI? That means human intervention is not required. It must have, it should do the work by itself. Like it must have the intellectual power. It will think by itself, create by itself, and how logically a human thinks, how logically human believe, and then understand, predict, interpret, everything that should do by itself. No human intervention is required there, right? And capable of uh, outperforming human behavior, that must have self-awareness also. The the model or the super AI has the capability that to understand everything, right? Even the emotion of the human behavior, understanding and revoking emotion of every experience of the human, like whether there is a the sad moment or the happy moment, those emotion to understand by the super AI, right? And that predicts the capability or the predicts the output in such a way we cannot realize that whether it is a exactly a human or it is a machine is doing that. The similar, I mean, one of the example I was telling, like the Baidu.ai, or there is another one which also creates the virtual reality, right? So what is that? Okay, so those are also, it's moving towards the super AI. But for to make the super AI, we need little bit data. So data is not sufficient. We don't have. That's why if you look at the screen, it says that we are here. Why we are here? Because we cannot say that we already crossed or we generated or created a proper general intelligence system of AI, right? It is not there. Still, it is work is going on. Still, the regulations are developing. Still, we have different uh, social and then world uh, what is it, the scenarios are changing, right? So generative AI or general AI need time to grow for that. It will definitely, it will take some more time, but by 2030, what is it is expected that we will have a proper Gen AI, and by the time your super intelligence will be in the market or in the use by bigger entities. Okay, like entities like your Facebook, Google must have by the time the super AI. AI use and impact, value and opportunity, what we can see here, can be faster and more accurate. It will give you the data. Helping medical assessment and legal predictions also can be done through the AI. Processing huge volume of data, wide variety of data, automation process, can be done like co-work, right? So cloud day co-work, right? So it's I was listening to one of the video. It says that Bishal Sikka was saying the model or the application which took for around certain number of software engineers to make it the application for 9 months, that is created by the co-work in 14 hours, right? So that means the automation or the process of creating the AI infrastructure or the what do you say, capability of the AI is increasing day by day, right? It started to learn the things what how human created. So the automated processing is going to be a different scenario, right? Automated processing will come back again on this. Every AI is not automated processing, uh, right? And every automated processing is not AI. Accelerating mundane and repetitive tasks also, eliminating. So we will not, these are all. So AI governance principle. So if you look at the principle and frameworks, as one of the framework we are going to touch that 42001. Similarly, frameworks we have NIST AI risk management framework, which is mostly US used. IEEE 7021, HUDARIA, which is human rights related, and other specific standard. But there are certain principle to be followed for creating any AI model, right? OECD AI principle must be the organization must have in their mind before creating the model, because these are the base principles what how to be done. FIPs, I'll tell you what is that. Then UNESCO's recommendation, right? UNESCO, how it is what's the recommendation given by the UNESCO, right, on the AI model creation, and then how the AI model need to be what do you say? So it should have the principle to be followed, like. So what it says that the AI governance principles, the guidelines basically it's set, and standardization, consistency, responsible AI use. These the basically consistency should be there, standardized format to be followed, and then responsible to AI use. And so OECD AI principle, we'll touch upon that. And then FIPs is the fair information principles. That is also one of the which is ethical AI practices it is used. The similarly UNESCO recommended recommendations for the ethics of AI intelligence that also need to be taken care. So, but if you look into all these practices or the principles, that's quite similar to each other. It is not different from other one, right? It's quite similar. Maybe uh, fair information practice has lesser than the OECD principles or OECD like that. Okay, so no need to worry about that, but you need to keep in your mind that principle need to be followed. Okay, and these principle you have to have a understanding that how before I implement the framework, how the organization is following the principles, right? The framework, the basically will give you the guidelines. And if you look into the framework ISO standard 42001, okay, the AI system management system, which is basically how you are going to implement the not the technology we are going to create the AI, but when you are developing the AI and how you're deploying the AI by following the rules regulation related to AI. That we will study here. Similarly, US National Institute of Standard and Technology, NIST, what the its AI risk management guidelines, it criteria how to implement and audit from US point of view. Or there are the organization in the US, they use the ISO standard even or together also. Okay, it's about the organization practices or the how much money they have or the how the management is deciding. There are practices I've seen that they follow the NIST also, they follow the ISO standard also. So they find the common uh, similarities or the controls or the details, and then they do the practice. So the gap analysis need to do and do that. It can be done. Now IEEE, which is basically Institute of Electrical, Electronics and Engineering. Okay, which created the 7000 I 7000 2021 standard model process for addressing ethical concern during the system design. So this particular framework, when the designing work happens, right? The AI model design when it is done, development, like designing on the basis of your Sorry, I think there's a low bandwidth or something. That's why I dropped off. Okay, sharing again. Not this file. Just a minute. Huh, correct. Okay, sorry. We were discussing about, I think uh, I was in IEEE, right? Yeah, I'll increase the screen size. IEEE. So IEEE, when we design the system, like privacy by design and design in default and security by design, when we follow that same time, we need to also consider this IEEE 7000 of 2021, this model to be this framework to be considered to create the model, so that the ethical issues can be addressed, right? It should not have any unethical practices, or it should not have any unethical what do you say unethical practices in the system. Okay, why I dropped out? Is everything fine? Okay, next is Huderia. Huderia says about the human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment. Okay, basically, this is done from the point of view of EU AI Act. Okay, when we do the EU, when we go through the EU AI Act, you can understand that how this is going to impact. Okay, how it is going to be part of the assessment. So this human rights assessment on the basis of human rights, democracy, and rule of law are related to human rights, right? So those are to be considered for the AI system, how it is we are going to build in. And are any other standard which specific to the particular jurisdiction, or any of the regulations which are going to impact, right? Complexity, opacity, autonomy, and speed scales, we are not, no need to touch upon this. We will look into. So this particularly, it is a part of your AIGP, okay, which is IAPP. The IAPP is the organization who provides the training on artificial intelligence governance, right? So that material, so I'm just referring to that so that you have a proper understanding of the things, right? So now we are moving to the harm. So one of the things we need to consider when we create, so we understood that what principle to be followed, how the basics of frameworks to be can be utilized, and what AI models and should have, and how we are going to create AI model by following the principles and the regulations, right? The basics we touched upon. Now we will look into that, how what do you say, the harm, right? I moved so fast. Just a minute. Mhm. Just a link over to. So when we say harm, what can be harm? That means anything is harmful for the human being. Okay, it's the harm is defined the based on which is affecting to a human being. So when we design a model, right, that time we need to be very clear, is it affecting a human being or it is not, or it is appropriate, the model need to be considered and it is appropriate for the what do you say, mm, for to implement, right? Just give me a minute, I'll just switch off this and come back. Give me a minute. Sorry. So when you say that harm, how an AI model can create a harm for the individual or as a to a human being, that is our concern, right? The consequences to by after creating the model, it should not give a negative impact to the people. It should not create a problem from the point of view of the privacy. It should not create uh, from the point of view intellectual property. It should not create a social disturbance. Like all these things into consider. That's why it says that what is the harm, how to prevent the harm from from creating the uh, I mean at the time of creating the AI model or AI system. So there is a the model called panotopic, right? Panoptic, right? Uh, the panoptic, what it says that basically data-driven structure. We need to I mean, support the privacy threat assessment, risk modeling, and red teaming. So these are all need to be considered. Red teaming is basically when we need to create a team of people to mitigate the risk, right? And then risk modeling, how we're going to have it. Similarly, Ryan Callow, and then two broad category of the harms need to it is defined: privacy harm, subjective and objective, right? So like subjective wise, sense of being internal to be person being harmed, right? How it is going to be internally it is harmful, and so objective is the externally how it is harmful. Citron and solve, it is the harm type like physical harm, reputational harm, relationship harm, economic, discrimination, psychological. These are all different types of harm. It how it can be created, right? With this privacy harm to the individual. But when we see the harm from the point of view of AI, right? AI specific harms, where when we say that, so socio-technical harm of algorithmic system, like scoping when we built an AI existing classification and terminologies, when we look into that, so what it says that five major themes the harm can be created. and we need to consider that when we create the AI model. Representational, allocative, quality of service, interpersonal, social system. These are all one of uh, the what do you say, the social technical harms of algorithm system should uh, not have these are into the system. So like representational harm, allocative harm, quality of services which should not create the harm, interpersonal, social, and systems or to societal, right? Societal harm should not happen. CACT, AI harm. So CACT in the sense the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, which should not says that harm should not characterize the harm entities and technology involved in AI incident, right? And then the harm as having the four elements, it says that there should be four elements which enable the identification of the harm. Okay. So what is the potential harm now we look at? What is the potential harm to the individual, to the group, to society, and to the organizations, right? So similarly, now we come into the bias and discrimination. So it is the most, I mean, if you look into the AI infrastructure, apart from anything, this bias and discriminations are considered very critically, right? How it should not be part of the AI system that everybody is looked for. So like bias and discrimination, one of the example like employment and hiring, right? Like AI system is built in to recruit and hire the employee, right? It can go the biasness on the basis of gender, your race, ethnicity, your economic point of view, your skin color. Okay, so these are all are the problems. These biases.
Sorry, what were the potential harms? One slide before.
Okay, sorry. 1 minute. This is a potential harm AI system can to the individual, to the group, to the society, organizations, ecosystem. Like individually can understand to individuals, group of people, the society, like Black Lives Matter. Okay, that one. The group of people when we had the election, which is your Cambridge Analytica, is one example, right? That created individual. The organizational harms is also the we'll go through it slowly. So and then organizational harms like recruiting wrong people or creating wrong model for the organization prediction and the business, right? Ecosystem is like AI system is built in a ecosystems which is uh, probably create a harm like ecosystem. I'm tired. So ecosystem is what is that? Like there is a predictive model which created if you go and buy a particular product in a shopping mall, that must have a another not that right example. So ecosystem in the sense, I'll come back to this answer. What is time now?
High energy used, high energy consumption,
Energy consumption,
carbon footprints.
carbon footprint created,
Mm.
and then impacting. Not only that, it's like ecosystem the organization and individuals all are need to be affected. One of them is that high energy and carbon emission creation, and predictability of supply chain, right? For supply chain prediction and supply chain, uh, what do you say? Supply chain infrastructure, how it is. Just give me 5 minutes break. I'm feeling tired. Or 2 minutes. Give me. Okay, just 2 minutes. We'll break. To give, I mean, to make these classes late in the evening, I feel that there are many people goes tired. But if you attend or do the same classes the morning time or entire day, you won't feel tired. But after 9:30, the tiredness starts.
Yes.
Yeah, it's body clock.
Mm.
Especially on the weekends.
Yeah.
Actually, it's already bedtime now for
Yeah,
many.
yeah,
During
already.
weekdays, it's always calls and all, but at weekends, the body is adjusted that way.
No, people those who are in the metro cities and traveling after office, right? So then it's a I mean, I remember the Bangalore days. Suppose you left the office at 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you'll reach at 10 o'clock or 9:30, 10. But when you leave the office at 6 o'clock, even you'll reach at 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that Bangalore's traffic is the beauty. Okay, so
Traffic issue is everywhere now.
hmm, because they did not plan it. Nothing is planned across many cities in India. But Pune, they says that it is there is no traffic. I mean, it's a free flow. And even in Hyderabad,
No, I don't think so. I'm in Pune and it's not the case here.
oh, there
Yeah,
also.
even I'm in Pune.
It's increasing. It's increasing day by day. Yeah.
Uh-huh. That means more migrant people are there. But Hyderabad tech city, right? Yeah, high tech city. There, you have proper infrastructure. I think very less traffic jams will be there. I've been once only. Okay, so we will move to the next one. What it says, it says about individual harms. So we'll look into each harm. Uh, what can be the individual harm, and it's on the basis of bias, right? Implicit bias, sampling bias, temporal bias, and these are the biases. So we'll go one after another things. So it says always that the bias in the AI system can create a harm for the individuals or to the society or the group of people, to ecosystem, to the organizations, right? Till the five people can be affected. Five, uh, what do you say? Five people can be affected, right? Not five people. So, I mean, who can affect these people? These things can be affected, right? So, when you say the bias to the individual, person's civil liberty, one of the things can be affected, and it can go the biasness will be there, right? That like your fundamental rights, human rights, safety, human rights, your privacy rights. These are also the consumer rights. These are also can be affected. The harm can be done through the biasness, right? The safety also need to be considered. the bias. It can also create the safety and economic opportunity. Also, a target on the harm and biasness can be created in this. Individual developing the systems can have a biasness to addressing the it need to be addressed at the time of creating the life cycle of the AI system, right? That must be very clearly defined. So when you say that implicit biased for the individuals, basically it's a discrimination towards a particular group or individuals, right? That is a implicit biased. So when there is a like Black Lives Matter, okay, and then it started to uh, express the point of view by creating any AI model. As an example, I'm giving there it is AI used or not. I don't have any idea. So, but when there is a group for the group of people or individual, this at the time of Black Life Matters protest, if it is the biasness identified, so implicit bias, right? We can say to that. Now coming to the sampling bias, data get skewed towards this subset of the group, and therefore maybe favor that the set of a large group. Like example, uh, from a particular bigger group, we are trying to find out. We are having a bias toward a particular group. Like suppose an example, um, like uh, from just a hypothetical thing I'm saying, not the particularly. So like there is now the war is happening, right? Entire target is Iran, right? Why not to other countries, right? It's I mean, out of a large number of the group, we consider a small chunk of that, like, and then we think to the model creates the harm to those set of people. So that means the model uh, predictability capability with all the parameters are not rightly defined. So we need to go in tweak or the change, or it says that tuning to the model we required, right? Temporal bias, a model is trained and function properly at the time, but may not work well at the future date, right? So then it is a new way of uh, what do you say? It's required a new ways to address the data or the temporal the biasness. So like temporal bias is if I remember, there is a model created. Wait, I just recall. Okay. So like just no, the temporal bias is like a model you created, used it, and then you realize that it is giving a unpredictable output, okay, or it is giving the output which is not relevant, I mean, which is not expected. So that's called the temporal bias. And because for that, what you need to do, you need to check the data, look into the data again, what is the input given to the model, and I mean, if it is required, make changes in the data or use another set of the data. Okay, so that need to be addressed at the data level when there is a temporal bias. Okay, that it says that the data is incorrect. Overfitting to the training data. So as we did not touch upon the AI model, how it is. So mostly when we created the AI model, the model is always work on the your certain set of synthetic data, and which is basically used to train the model, right? So that's why it is called training data. So suppose you have a large number of data set and you decided that, okay, we'll consider these many elements of the data. Okay, and from there what you decided to, from the same set of data, you synthesizes and create a synthetic information which is non recognizable or not related to any human being or any kind of things, right? Those data are used to create the model, and that particular synthetic data is always called as training data, which is used to create the model. And because that data will be used thousands times to analyze the information, or analyze the model is working properly or not, right? So every stage that data is used, that's why it's the training data. Just one of the term is that there are certain terms, it is in the terminology of the your framework also, and I'll also send it. So there are 100 terms, which is the glossary, which is said that anybody is working on the AI must have those knowledges, or those terms should have in their mind. Okay, so that can understand properly. I'll share that. Overfitting: a model works for a training data but doesn't work for few data because it is so fitted to the training data. So like a model created, and the model is working properly on the training data, but at the time of prediction, few of the data is not giving the right output. Okay, right. It's not giving the proper output. Like suppose, uh, how to say that? Okay, overfitting is basically an example of uh, excessive information we provided to the model, right? So model is having the excess information, not required. Certain data elements are not required at all to the system, but the input is there. So that's why it to be it need to relook into that and find out the what to be eliminated from there. So which are basically what to be fit to the training data. Again, it dropped over. No, sorry. Okay, what to be fit in the training data? We need to find out and predict in. I mean, rectify the model. Edge cases and outlier: any data outside the boundaries of the training data, and those are considered the edge cases. Edge cases can be error when you have a data that is incorrect, right? Duplicate or unnecessary, right? So that's why it is create the two things. It creates the noise and outlier, right? Data noise is what the data that negatively impacts the machine learning, right? That is your the model, AI model. So that negative impact is a noise. It's when the we discuss it, the we create the edge cases, right? And then similarly outliers, those who are outside the normal expectation of the models, right? Which is giving, which always we say that out of the box, right? Is not predicted. That should be a boundary to the prediction, right? We are expecting the output should be the within the boundary. But when the data point outside the normal distribution of the data, right, or normal predictability, uh, and can impact how the model operates and its effectiveness, right? So then it is a considered to be outlier. Next is also the individual harms. It will go on the employment, hiring, insurance and social benefit, housing, education, credits. Your this credit in the sense your civil score, right? Now, individual harms also civil rights, privacy concern, personal data use in AI training, appropriate appropriation of personal data for creating AI models, inference, and the lack of transparency and use, transparency of use, and inaccurate models. So their time also it will impact, right? So when we say that inference is a one of the things you need to remember. Um, any AI system model that makes a prediction or decisions, so that is an inference, right? In some cases, the system can be used to identify individuals, and but they are not always accurate. Personal data can be attributed to the wrong individuals, right? That's the inference. It's need to be remember. So model that makes a predictions, right? Inference is the that kind of model which uh, used to identify individuals, like the face detections, right? That's an inference. Lack of transparency, we know inaccurate models like data accuracy is very critical to the AI system, right? And then data is not accurate and trained properly, then it creates the problem. Economic opportunity harm and job loss. Yeah. Now the group harms. So what can be the group harms? We can say this. So like example, I mean the group harms can be facial recognition, like algorithm is used to recognize the face from from the crowd or from a particular the market show or the street. Like there are many cases where the facial recognition like China or US or other European countries also used to do before. So the facial recognition on the basis of they install the camera and the AI inbuilt cameras and that detects that male female, right? And then it capture the emotion or capture the criminals, like those are tested and then it is tried, so that can create the harm. But similar facial recognition of the face of individual can be arrested. Uh, there is a case also where a wrong person was detained through because of this facial recognition and by saying that he's a criminal, right? The NIST study was conducted on the facial recognition, which says that system to be not reliable across any many kind of infrastructure. So this the NIST study basically saying it is no to have a facial recognition system. So, and it says the prediction what it's a dark screen, dark skin, dark skin tone people and the female are much more difficult to recognize, and it can create the discrimination and the biasness. So that's why it is prohibited or restrictions are there. Like example, London police once shows that 81% of accuracy rate, right? And then they used a software, but that lead to a biasness by policings, right? And individuals who are having a particular color, like dark color, the skin color, skin tone is black, so they are considered as a criminal. They arrested many people. So then they started to realize that this facial recognition model is creating a problem. Second is a mass surveillance. A large potential harm it is can be created. Like China is having the same surveillance, mass surveillance. Civil rights can be impacted with this harm. Freedom of assembly, or the freedom of speech or gathering, then protest, that can be, I mean, prohibited, or that can be the predicted, the harm can happen by if the civil rights harm are not considered, right? If it's suppose the model uh, can identify, okay, these people are assembled together in a particular place, that means they are criminals. Just an example I'm giving. So that can create a bigger harm also. Deepening of racial and socioeconomic divide also, it can be possible against the population or the subgroup of the population, right? Like color based harm can be possible. Uh, Group untrust to the groups, like we don't trust certain section of the people, right? So those are also can be possible and can create the harm to the people. Now the next is social harm. Just a minute. Okay. Social harm and a spread of disinformation is possible. Ideological bubbles can be created, defects can be created, safety issue also is possible, it is happening, right? So when we say that your disinformation is a now current situation of the war, and before that also at the time of election, US election and other, you can see that disinformation plays more uh, critical role for having the social to should avoid the social harm. Okay. Ideological bubble also, that harm can be for the society, can be created by the AI model. Individual who are exposed only to information that agrees with the information they are encountered in the past, unable to see differing view and understand the broader social implications, right? Isolation of and a more division in the society, so that can also be created through the ideological bubbles or the echo chambers, right? It can create echo chamber between the individual societal, so that's need to be considered when the model is created. That harm should not happen to the individual or to the society, right? And then deepfake is now we can see everywhere. So audio, video, images manipulated, and then mm, like at the time of election, at the time of war, it's everywhere is deepfake now. To identify which say the fake video and which a real video, or the voice or the images, it's quite difficult now. So that also to be considered at the time of creating the AI model, should not create a harm to the society, right? And then those who are creating the harm to the by using deepfake, they have their own punishment mechanism, right? If they got caught, right? Safety issue to the society also to be consider, like targeted people, right? So safety need to be considered. The safety harms is to be, because that can target a certain set of people, certain section of the people or set of people, because without proper system or proper data set, or inappropriate data, if the the model has, or the system is used to sorry, the data is used to create the system, then it can go any extent to create the harm, right? So that's why I need to be very careful what kind of data input we are giving to the to the model, right? Environmental harm like carbon footprints created and drain on natural resources. So like environmental harm, the carbon footprints, what we are discussing, and one of the participants rightly said that how carbon is created problem. So when we create the large model, so one of the studies says that more than, I mean, any AI model, right, generates 626,000 pounds of carbon dioxide. Okay. So carbon dioxide is generated, how much? That's 626,000 pounds. That means which is equivalent to 5 times of lifetime emission of a car. One car of 15 years, suppose we use, plus another 5 years, what do you say, extension. Let's take hypothetically 20 years, one car is used, and that much one AI model generates frequently. Okay. A more AI model creates that kind of emission frequently. Okay. When the when we do the training only. Another study we have when looking at the uh, top 4 natural language processing model, they the energy consumed over the training process matches with the energy mix used by the Amazon AWS and the large cloud service providers. Top 4 AI natural language models, the energy consumed over the training process matches the energy mixed used in the AI AWS, like cloud servers. How much data consume it happens, the natural language model itself creates that much of carbon. Sorry. To add, many organizations are seeking alternative power, electrical power. They want to use it, like battery. Oh, what happened? Hello, my screen gone blank. Just a minute. Why it is blank? What is happening today? I'm there. Yes, I'm there. Sorry, something is wrong happening to the. Huh. Okay, so we are at environmental harm, right? So like lithium batteries are used, uh, like at the time of lithium extraction also, the water usage is used, okay, to clean that and make sure that is ready to use for the AI for the energy or the battery production. That also use electricity. Oh, I'm tired. Now it is organizational harm. The risk is reputational, cultural, economic, acceleration, legal, and regulatory, right? So these 5 harms to be considered at the time of creating the models. It should not impact to these organization. The reputational damage, like it's a very critical one for the organization, like loss of customers trust and negative brand image creation. So it will create a harm to the organization, right? If the model does that, it's a problem. Like counter model creation, which is suppose a model created by uh, what do you say, a model created by a competitor, right? Like Like let's take it as example of a model created by Maruti against the Tata, right? And that model will have predictability, a negative prediction or negative image create or negative what do you say impact on the brand. It's possible to do that. Okay, so that can harm the reputation, but to control, to recognize that, it will take a lot of time, right? To find out who created, how created, and just given an example of Tata Maruti, but it's realistically negative branding also can be possible through AI model for a competitor, right? So that also in by keeping in mind, and then keeping in mind that when the model is created should not have the reputational damage. Cultural damage, so affecting to a particular set of society or the set of what do you say a particular sort of people, it should not be the harm should not be created, the model should not have that, and it is need to be kept in mind while creating that. Economic harm, uh, your cost.
I think slide is locked or something because we are on environmental harms.
Slide is in. Oh, why did not move? It is moved, right?
We are on environmental harms slide.
Wait, I'll share again. I moved the slide, it did not. Now it is. Ah, yes.
Yes, it's visible now.
Sorry, I moved it. I not because I'm looking to the PPT in different screen, right? So I do not. Okay, so reputational harm from the organizational point of view, and then cultural harm from the society or the uh, from the organizational culture, right? From that point of view, or by suppose there is a business is running across or on a particular state or by in a particular place, right? And then the model creating a negative impact on them. So that's a problem. So economic harm also in the similarly, cost of internal resources, remediation if something goes wrong, litigations like and negative uh, class or like class action suits or the your PIL filed against the organization or the particular business or particular nature of the business or sector of the business. So that also impact. Acceleration, not all risks can be anticipated from the beginning, right? Due to volume of data. So that's why uh, the complexity, speed of processing and complexity of the algorithm need to be considered. It should not impact the I mean, through the acceleration, right? All impact may be wider and greater than the other software and technology solution. Generative AI must be created with necessary controls in place, and it can be very difficult to see. So how the fast it is going to accelerate and create the the harm can be created. So it should basically, as per uh, the model should go with a particular pace. It should not go beyond the expectation, right? Legal and regulatory harm, it can also create a industry laws and regulation may be applied to the AI like sectoral specific pharmaceutical, telecom, financial, privacy law also applied to the like competitive competition law and trade laws, labor law, tax laws. These are all need to be followed, should not go against or without considering these, right? The legal and regulatory requirement, which is basically defined by the regulators, right? And then key stakeholders to understand the you need to engage the key stakeholders to understand the potential harm also. So what can be the potential harm can go for. That stakeholder must be included in the discussion. A key stakeholder engagement is considered always a better way of practice. I mean, key stakeholder like internal, external, both are there. So key stakeholder like your HR team, application team, your privacy team, your information security team. Those stakeholder, they are the most key stakeholders, right, for to build in AI system. So you need to consider them when you are creating the model. We need to consider and identify those stakeholder and must address their concerns if they have anything. Security and operational risk. So when we say that security operational risk, uh, just a minute, I'll check how far it is. I'll finish this much. Security and operational risk. So the high cost, like your hardware, storage, high speed network, and then skilled professional and environment, right? Data corruption and poisoning also. That's a security and operational risk we have in the organization. Like hardware is always, just a minute. Yeah. So hardware is always considered the backbone of the any software activities, right? So similarly, the hardware when we use for AI system, so like graphical process unit, like or your central processing unit or CPU or GPU. So when we use that, that need to have a particular standard, right? So that risk of having a lower one can also create a problem, or it can have a harm to the creating the what do you say, to the system. Then storage, the system, AI system require a lot of training data, right? So uh, like it says that billions, millions of parameters are required to create a image only, right? So AI itself runs and understand the creates the parameter and predict that. Okay, so billions and millions of parameters. Like thirdly, also there's a risk if it is a low speed, right? It is not possible. So like high speed network, speed of the internet, it should be high speed, like faster, like 10 GB or faster speed is required to have the internet. I mean, AI model to be used. Skilled professional also it is required. If you don't have, it's a problem. Environmental risk already we addressed or discussed. That is also required. Data, sorry, data corruption and poisoning. When it happens, the data, if the data is insecure or doesn't have the proper guardrails, right? So like uh, your hacker hacks the system and infuse certain information or the code which will affect the AI, right? So it can create the poisoning, and then it will predict a wrong thing, right? So it cannot give you right output what you're expected. So data corruption also be possible through different creating, I mean, any kind of what is it, infectious virus get into that and corrupt the data. That is also possible to have that. Next is privacy risk. So, privacy risk on the basis of uh, uh, privacy risk that endanger an individual privacy, right? Data persistence, data repurposing, spillover data, data from the AI model. So when we say these four things, so what it means that data persistent, data can exist longer than the human, right? So data's life of the data is not defined, but the when we bring in the data retention plan, then there's a question. Good practices is the delete in the data after a particular model is used, or privacy says that if the purpose is done, then data can be deleted, but it is not possible for your uh, AI models. It will create a, I mean, AI model will be failed, right? Data repurposing, data being used beyond the original specific purpose, it's a risk. Okay, like we have overfitting. The similarly, repurposing also need to be considered. The data should be utilized in a for the specific purpose only. Data overspill, data spillover. Data is collected on people who are not the target to the of the collections, right? So like from by surveillance, the data is collected. So that's a data spillover, which is privacy risk created. Data collected and or derived from the AI algorithms model itself, so which is synthetic data it creates, right, without the
So can
consent.
you please move to the next slide? It's the oldest. We are still at security and operational risk slide.
Can it hanged? No.
It's business risk to organization.
No, we can see the different slide. Yeah, security. I
Now
was able to
privacy
see
risk.
privacy risk. Yeah, I was able to see
Yeah,
the privacy risk one.
yeah. Privacy risk only. We
Yeah, I
spill
can
over
see.
the data AI model created the synthetic one.
Yes.
Right. Now we will go to the business risk. Okay. Sorry. Okay, business risk to the organization when we see that bias and discrimination. So bad quality of training data, if it is fed into the AI model, then it is create a wrong output, right? So like your, I mean, labeling of the data, you suppose labeled it on the basis of, I mean, the picture. Suppose a picture is labeled instead of dog, it is labeled as a cat. It's a, then it will uh, give a risk of wrong prediction, right? Job displacement, right? Job displacement when we say, so what AI can automate a task on the job, right? It's um, like currently we are seeing the co-work, one of the example. So that's automatically do the job for the human beings, right? Or use instead of humans, right? Dependence on AI vendors, dependence on AI vendor who provides our infrastructure, like sometimes uh, like a startup, right? So who wants to do a business now, he depends on lot of the vendors, right? So they cannot invest lot of money, so they always prefer to get the infrastructure on temporal basis or the rented or the on the leased base, right? So that all depends on the AI vendors. That's also may affect lack of transparency, also the risk, it may create black box, right? Treating AI as a black box, which says that it means the AI cannot provide every information, right? We expect that the AI will provide all the details. So, but it should have that logic that it can provide the appropriate information. So, for that, uh, the lack of transparency can be the risk, right? Intellectual property infringement also the part of copyrights or patent or trademark related issues can happen by using the AI model. So these risks need to be considered at the time of understanding the business or the creating the business model, sorry, the AI model. I need to have a better idea on what to be created, not to be created. Regulation and the legal risk, the compliance with the law and regulations, uh, and then liability for harm caused by AI system, intellectual property dispute, it may happen, human rights violation, it may create, reputational damage also it can create, socioeconomic in education inequality, lack of human oversight, opaque decision making, then social manipulation. These are all we discussed. Other potential risk of the AI, like threat to the democracy, which says that it can create a threat to the democracy if it is not this risk, if it is not assessed before. So it can present a different output which it should not, and which is harmful for the society, right, or to the entire country. Misuse of pattern analysis, misuse of pattern analysis, like AI can detect patterns, right? So that can be misutilized also. Like example, your facial recognition software used to identify individual at the protest march, right? So then it should be this pattern can be misused to identify those people because they have that fundamental rights, right? Next is a profiling or tracking the people. So you identify and then characterized the behavior across the platform, like Facebook. What did they do? So what it happens? So you profile that and can manipulate the persons accordingly, right? So that's a risk. That's a problem. So like when you go to the website of Amazon and you want to buy something, you select it, and then you just get out from that particular screen, but you can find that the messages, you can find those frequent prediction of that product, price change, new quality, new design, all these prediction happens frequently to you. So those profiling, it's a prohibited, it's a profiling is a risk, right? It is not allowed in under the law of privacy. Over resilience, oh sorry, over reliance on predictive analytics lead to the creation of record on people with little or no direct interaction of the consent, right? And like your device, like IP address, hardware, serial numbers, okay, these can identify the people. So those are also a risk to have these details or information used to create the AI model. So all these things need to be kept in the mind, okay, kept in the mind when we are creating the AI model, right? So we need to look into the harms, we need to look into the different risk, these risks which we have discussed, and accordingly the model should be created and uh, should be deployed. Okay. Oh, no, 11. So tomorrow we will touch upon little bit that AI principles, right? These days, sorry, these principles we need to look at little bit. You'll see that OECD principle, what it says, and then you'll move to other sections where your AI, you act what it's saying, our development and deployment are need to be taken care. Okay, and if it is not possible to cover all the details, we'll get into the next week also. Half of first session we'll try to use to complete all this, because if you touch upon all these, the AI governance, it is very easier for you to understand the framework. Okay, what I see that few of you are already informed how the framework is working and what to be consider, but many of you are looking first time to the framework. So for that, always it is suggested the governance, you need to have very clear understanding about the governance, right? So if you don't have the understanding of the governance, it's quite difficult to have a implementation of any of the framework or anything. It's quite difficult. It doesn't happen properly, or you need to get support from others. Okay. So can we close now? Any question anybody has, please ask me. So I'll try to address today, or I can address tomorrow also.
Um, Hi,
Question.
Sudhanshu. I have a question.
Yes.
So from when will we start learning about the controls which are in the annexure and all the clauses in detail?
Next week.
Okay.
Okay. Today and tomorrow we'll touch upon the governance part. So
Okay.
it will help you to see implementation doesn't go just I mean just like that, or the silos, right? It goes with a certain rules, regulation, what do you say? Okay, so rules, regulation, policies, and then criteria, terms. So many things are there. These framework implementation is a small part of our larger governance work. Okay, so that's why I'm trying
Okay.
to connect a little bit on the governance. It will help you to have a better idea to implement. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Sir, actually, I want to understand a little bit more about the augmented reality and virtual
Augmented.
reality. I got it, but augmented reality, if we can have a little bit discussion about tomorrow, will be appreciated.
Yes, augmented reality. Now, which one I say?
Yes, augmented related
Okay, okay, okay. Augmented reality.
reality. Sorry,
Yeah.
augmented reality.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. We'll have little bit discussion on that.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
And one more thing, like while we will learn about how 42,001 is implemented, like can we also take into consideration like some real life examples, like say for example there is a dummy organization that wants to implement ISO 27001. So like how we will go step by step, like what will be in scope and like all those things.
Yes, yes, we'll try to do that, because AI is developing the real time, like matured business case or case study. To get that, it's difficult. Okay, so that's the I complete. Okay, so that's why. So we'll try. We'll do the. It's a part of that. We'll do. Once we go through entire uh, your framework, okay, then we'll work on that one, or in between. So, but in between, if you do, so it might chances that we'll miss the later part of the framework discussion, right? So that's why always let's have a framework discussion, then do the implementation. Somebody was saying something. Hello. Somebody was saying something? No? Okay. Can we close for the day and we'll meet tomorrow? Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good night.